Test, test, 1, 2, 3.
Where that camera is, you go. Oh, hello. I'll wait till he's. Good morning, everybody. How are we? Good. Asleep still. how are you all? You wide awake? Hands up, everybody who had a good time last night. Nobody had a good time? One person had a good time last night. Anybody else have a good time last night? Right? That's not very good. Did most of you go to bed early? Okay. If you're awake, we'll start, shall we? You're happy with this? Good. I mean, I had a great evening. I thought it was, but I did go to bed fairly early, so I'm sorry, but when you're older than 25, you have to go to bed by 1 o'clock. Right, let's start. 2 wonderful presentations coming up right now, and the very first one is from Europol. Tobias Weiloch, and I didn't ask him how to pronounce his name. I'll ask him when he gets here. I know I said you can walk up slowly, but you like running.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning as well, yes. Well, did I get your name anywhere near right? How do you pronounce the second part?
It's actually Wieloch. I'm from
Say that again?
Polish descent. Wieloch.
Wieloch. That sounds almost Scottish. Wieloch. I could do that. Yeah. I should have asked you, sorry. I do apologize. I didn't get it right. Your relaxation is not relaxation at all. You go running everywhere. And you take an MP3 player, so you're not actually accessible on the phone.
Yeah, I actually went running this morning.
Did you?
Yeah.
Where?
I went across a bridge, and then past the brewery, and then up, yeah.
Oh, you passed the brewery. Yeah. It probably wasn't open at that time.
So, yeah.
We're slightly behind time, but not much. I welcome to the stage from Logarithm, Kev Ely.
Ladies and gentlemen, awesome, thank you.
Such perfect timing. You knew exactly how long your intro was, and you were here spot on the time.
That's very kind of you, Chris. I'm not sure that's the case.
Yeah, you do some relaxing in the same form as I do. You quite like the water.
I do. I like being on the water, but not necessarily in the water.
Okay.
If that makes sense. Yeah.
Define what the on the water means.
It means sailing. I'm a huge fan of sailing. Love being out on the sea, in a yacht, relaxing with friends. Very enjoyable.
Now, you have a choice here, it seemed. You had a Halberg Rassi?
Yep.
And or the other vessel?
It's the Sun Odyssey. So I mostly sail in the Halberg.
Where do you sail? Where are you kept?
The Solent. So for those of you from Slovenia, there's a piece of water that is between the south coast and a place called the Isle of Wight. And it's just fantastic sailing. There's lots of great places to go. There's lots of marinas, lots of bars and pubs.
There are.
Which is obviously a big part of sailing as well. And so it's just fantastic to pootle around.
I've done it. Even in the Solent, it can actually be quite rough.
It can be, yeah.
And it has two lots of tides. It's not like everywhere else. It goes up and down once. It does it twice.
Yeah, it can be quite tricky. Yeah, you've got to watch the soundings gauge and make sure that you know, particularly when you're coming into a river or into a bay, you always watch, just how much depth you've got below the vessel to avoid an unpleasant situation.
It sounds a bit like monitoring things on the internet, really.
It does a bit, doesn't it? There might be some kind of link there. Tenuous, but...
The floor is yours. Make the link.
Thank you very much, and I will do. Wonderful to speak to you, Chris. Yeah. So, good morning, everyone.
Yeah, I didn't get a response either.
No, I know. I was actually thinking at 10:30 in the morning, we might actually get more of a response. But I am very, very thrilled to be here at Risk 2024. It's been an awesome event. Beautiful city of Laško, beautiful town of Laško. So thank you for those of you that are joining this talk this morning, because if anybody is like me, I'm sure you had a fantastic time last night at the after party, which was great. So you all deserve a round of applause, because you are the soldiers and the troopers. Come on, give yourselves a round of applause. You've actually got up after being out late last night, so well done to all of you. So today's talk, as you can see here, is called Navigating the Cyber Seas, the Role of SIEM in Safeguarding Digital Shores. And it is a very, very tenuous link to another passion that I have, which is sailing, as Chris and I have just been discussing. So very much two passions in my life: cybersecurity, SIM, but also sailing and so forth. So let me introduce myself. So I am Kev Ely. I am the Vice President of Europe for Logarithm. I have been in the IT industry for nearly 30 years. So I know I don't look it, do I? I don't look like I've been in a...
You started...
We didn't rehearse that, but we should have rehearsed that, by the way.
You started at the age of 10, clearly.
Thank you. You're very kind, very wonderful. But for the last 14 years, I've actually specialized in cybersecurity, in particular SIM, but also fraud detection as well. And I think during that time, I have probably worked with well over 180 organizations, this is me personally, helping them go through the process of selecting a SIM solution, then implementing it, and then getting value from the SIM solution. And I would say of those 180, perhaps about 50 or 60 of them have been migrations from other SIM platforms to the Logarithm platform. And I'll talk a little bit about that more as I go through the talk. In terms of Logarithm as an organization, we have perhaps over 3,000 organizations that use the Logarithm platform worldwide. And that's in a multitude of different sectors, everything from government through to financial services, service industries, manufacturing, utility, critical infrastructure, so you name it, but pretty much any organization that is collecting, processing, and storing sensitive information, they have a requirement for what we do, and we work very closely with those organizations as well. So in terms of this particular talk, really what I'm going to do is I'm going to describe and talk through how to get value from a SIM solution. I'm going to spend the next 20 minutes or so really discussing that capability for organizations. There we go. Let me go back. So my mission today really is to chart a course for all of you in terms of if you're in the process of implementing a SIM solution, how should you go about it? What are the things that you should do? And I base that really on my experience and the organization's experience that we've had working with many particular types of organizations and so forth. But the reason why this is so important, and I don't think this could actually have been scheduled any better really to have the talk from Europol before this particular talk, is we all know that we are battling threat actors that are intent on either stealing money or stealing information or disrupting information systems. And that's a huge problem for a lot of organizations. Any form of disruption to a business can be devastating, and we've seen countless scenarios of that taking place. But as well as that, many of us also face compliance requirements. We also face operational pressures, and we have to undertake this in the context of a huge amount of work and activity that we all need to do. So very, very important that we're able to operate effectively and efficiently in this digital economy. And part of what we do and part of what I do and why I love conferences like this is it's imperative that all of us come together and share experiences and work together and collaborate in order to take our cybersecurity posture to the next level. And so before I jump into talking about the implementation of SIM solutions, I am, and this is going to be actually quite risky, Chris, but I am going to ask for a little bit of audience participation, if I may. Don't worry, there's nothing that's too onerous for any of you. It's just going to be a raise of the hand. But I would like to ask, firstly, how many of you in the audience actually already have a SIM solution? So put your hand up if you have a SIM solution. And I hope my colleagues...
That's quite a lot.
At the back. It is, isn't it?
That's
it
like
is.
40%.
It is, yeah. So that's good.
The rest are asleep.
How many of you are thinking of changing a SIM solution or adopting a SIM solution in, say, the next year? So hands up if you're thinking of adopting or changing a SIM solution. So there's fewer, but there are still some. And final question, I always like to ask this question, in particular, when I'm presenting to audiences in continental Europe. It's just interesting to get different responses when I'm in the UK or the US to this. But the third question is, how many of you would consider hosting a SIM solution or taking a SIM solution as software as a service, so having it in the cloud? So hands up if you would consider having it in the cloud.
One? Two?
Yeah.
One.
And that is actually really interesting because, and actually what I was expecting. So yeah, interesting to get that. If I asked that question, by the way, in the UK or in the US, probably 60 to 70% of the audience would put their hand up and say they want to host it in the cloud. So really fascinating. So when it comes to adopting a SIM solution, it is a journey. It's not a point-in-time project. And the reason that I say that is because SIM sits at the very heart of a security operations team and a security operations center, and is responsible for collecting all manner of machine data from across your environment, and in particular, your cybersecurity tool sets. And potentially, that could be vast volumes of machine data that is being generated across your organization and then being collected into the SIM solution. And of course, it has to be a journey because your organizations are constantly evolving. You have people join your organization. You have people leave your organization. You have new applications that are being commissioned. You have applications that are being decommissioned. Sometimes your organization may merge with another organization. Sometimes you may dispose of a part of your organization. So the very fabric of what we're doing is change, and it's constantly changing. And so if you think about that in the context of your security posture, and if you think about that in the context of your attack surface, your surface area of attack is constantly changing. And so it is absolutely critical that your SIM solution changes as well as part of that. And in order to get the best and the most potential out of a SIM solution, you have to keep it current. So when you're thinking about, really utilizing your SIM solution, a number of you already have one. So some of what I'm going to say is going to be relevant for you. But for those that are really considering adopting a SIM solution, please put yourself in the mindset that first and foremost, you have to approach it on the basis that it's going to require, attention, and it's going to require evolution, and you're going to be changing the context of the SIM solution. So the first thing that really needs to happen when you're considering the process of adopting a SIM solution, and this is a really, really critical step, is that you consult with your business stakeholders. And when I say consult with the business stakeholders, really the purpose of that is to understand the context of your business and your business operations, but also to identify the tolerance that the organization has for risk. Critical in this step is to understand the information systems that you run. And in terms of those information systems, we have a saying in the United Kingdom, what we say crown jewels. Some of these information systems are very much your crown jewels. So they're storing sensitive and critical information. So it's imperative that you understand from the operating system through the database into the application what these systems are, that you catalog these systems, and that you start to consider and think about what would happen if this system was disrupted. What would it mean to the organization? What does that risk represent? But then also think about and consider the types of data that those systems are collecting. What are the implications of those systems being unavailable? And how could those systems be modified or misused or abused, etc. And if you can start to build together that picture, and often we work with organizations to help them build up that picture, then you can actually start to understand why threat actors may be targeting your organization, and also what sort of techniques they might be applying in order to do that. And so very, very important to gather that activity and to establish that right at the outset. So now that you understand from the business context of your organization, the next step is really to start to think about how you can implement a SIM solution in order to support that requirement. And one of the key things is really to start to think about who will use the system and how will they use the system. So typically at this stage, we often work with organizations to showcase how our technology can support them through their security operations and so forth. But when you're thinking about the actual system itself and you're thinking about how to use it, do you want your own staff to run the SIM solution? Do you want a third party to run it for you? Do you want a hybrid type model in terms of working with perhaps a services provider and a services partner? What are the capabilities that are most important to you in terms of a system? Is it ease of use? Is it support for your information systems in terms of being able to bring the data in? Is it the having it run in a certain data center? Do you want it on physical hardware? Do you want it delivered as a virtual software? And then what could actually prevent the successful adoption of a system like this? Are there any architectural principles that you must adhere to from an organizational standpoint? So all of these stages are really important in terms of thinking about the design of how the system will actually operate within your environment. And typically, when we replace other SIM solutions, often it's because this particular step hasn't been done effectively before within the organization. And so there's a mismatch between what the organization thinks they need and actually what's being delivered to them. So this stage is very, very important to help the organization really understand how they're going to get value from their system moving forward. The next stage is really to involve a number of business stakeholders in the recommendations of what's going to be adopted. And this process, again, if stage one has been undertaken in terms of the consultation, then bringing together the business stakeholders and involving them to help them understand the very nature of the actual system, the solution, the capabilities that are going to be delivered, the reporting, establishing the types of KPIs, the key performance indicators that are really critical to your organization, that becomes very, 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 very important. And you can start to make recommendations to the business as to what the frequency of these updates and reports actually are. One of the things that we always encourage organizations to do is to really look at things like how long does it take to detect an incident? How long does it take to respond to an incident? How long does it take to investigate the incident? And to be able to manage that and be able to monitor that from a trend line perspective is really important. And the trend doesn't always go down. Sometimes it increases depending on the nature and the frequency of cyber attacks that organizations face. But being able to articulate to your business stakeholders how you're performing in terms of being able to detect and respond to these types of attacks, what near misses have you had, what actual attacks have you faced is really, really important. One of the activities that we'll often engage with an organization is to really help them bridge the gap between information security and the business and the board of directors. Because sometimes we as cybersecurity professionals, we talk a completely different language to the language of business. And sometimes it can be hard for our business leaders to really appreciate and understand the impact and the risk of some of the things that could happen to us from an information security standpoint. So, having and consciously thinking about the design of the solution and the way in which you can take this information forward to the board is a critical stage in the implementation and in the deployment of a SIM platform. So definitely something to consider. So now that you've understood the context of your business, now that you've thought about the way in which this system can actually be implemented, you've made some recommendations to business stakeholders as to how the system itself is going to be utilized and what value they can get from implementing the solution and the capability. The next stage is really to ensure that there is a business case and a justification for the implementation of the platform. Often when we work with organizations, we'll work with project managers, program leads, IT directors, and so forth. And those individuals are invariably interested in things like the total cost of ownership of the platform, what is the return on investment, what is the actual commercial model, how much investment is required in order to implement this solution. And it's not just the cost of the software, but it's also the ongoing support, the services that are required in order to make this effective. So being in a position to be able to ensure that the solution that you implement is cost effective, is affordable, is very, very important. And that's something that we work very closely with all of our customers to ensure that they can model the investment that's required over a 3, 5, 7-year period. Some of the clients that I've worked with for over 10 years in this space, and during that time, obviously, their organization has evolved significantly. Our software and our platform has evolved significantly. The thing that keeps us together in this partnership is the fact that we understand what they're trying to achieve, and we're constantly adapting to their requirements over a period of time, but we're doing it in a way that matches their appetite to invest in this type of solution. So very, very important stage and step in terms of implementing the SIM solution. And so once the commercial model has been determined, the investment profile has been signed off, the next stage is actually to set up the system and to deploy the system. And I have a saying that I often describe to potential clients is that we really want to measure twice and cut once. So it's very, very important that we really deeply understand, how this is going to be implemented within the organization and what steps are important. And we often run a client through the prerequisites that are required in order to establish and set up the system, and the dependencies that can exist. And we do that even before we actually set up or install or provide access to the software. We do that through a series of discussions and conversations, and we want to be meticulous in our planning for that approach to ensure that it's as smooth as possible to be able to implement the system and actually get it set up. So very important that we do that effectively and efficiently. And of course, the other aspect that's really important is that we train organizations and operatives on how to use our software. And we have a concept of a logarithm university, which has on-demand courses and so forth. But it's very, very important for us that we establish the training program for individuals so that they can get maximum value from the platform on an ongoing basis. We all recognize and we know, and this is true wherever I go across the whole of Europe and the rest of the world, that there is in fact a cybersecurity shortage of individuals and resources that are skilled. So we recognize our role in helping and supporting individuals both into the profession of cybersecurity, but also ensuring that they're equipped to be able to be effective in their jobs on an ongoing basis. So the training aspect is really important. It's not just formal training, it's also practical training. I'm a huge advocate for capture the flag type exercises. I'll give you an example. Last week I was at another conference, a very big information security conference in London called InfoSec 2024. At InfoSec, on our stand, we actually had our platform up and running, and we were encouraging individuals to come and undertake hands-on exercises with our software and with our platform. So no demonstration, but literally come and try and use the platform, and literally experience what it would be like to actually run this within your center, within your security operations center. So that to me is a huge important aspect of what we do, and very important that we're in a position to be able to help and support people through that training aspect. Of course, really where the payback is for organizations such as yourselves is in the operate aspect. The operate aspect is critical. That's where the rubber hits the road, so to speak. That's where the use cases that are implemented out of the box provide value and will provide alerts to any form of malicious activity that's taking place across the network. So from an operational standpoint, one of the things that we also do is we very much innovate on an ongoing basis. So our commitment to all customers that use Logarithm is that every single quarter, every 3 months, we release new functionality and new features that are designed to help you continue to increase your security posture. And through that process, you can optimize the platform. You'll be in a position to be able to deploy new use cases, to support new systems, and so forth. And so very important, as I said before at the outset, your organization is constantly changing. So it's very important that we're supporting our customers in optimizing the platform to ensure that it continually monitors the entirety of your environment as it changes. And this process of innovation is really, really important, because as we saw from the previous presenter talking, our threat actors, our adversaries that we're facing, they're constantly changing the nature of how they attack organizations. You know, they're modifying tried and tested techniques that they've used, or in some cases, they're inventing new tactics to compromise systems within an organization. So we consider ourselves at the forefront of this security monitoring capability to provide organizations with the very best intelligence in what you need to do in order to detect and respond to threat actors. And we take that role and that position that we have in the industry very, very seriously indeed. The last piece, of course, at some point, usually with organizations, there comes a process of actually considering what to do next. Often, and we've seen this wave significantly in parts of the world, often organizations have undertaken digital transformation initiatives, by which I mean organizations have adopted cloud-based technologies. And when an organization does undertake a digital transformation initiative, often that means that they want to consider moving their SIM platform to the cloud or have it delivered as a service. So from our perspective, we recognize that in some areas, maybe not in Slovenia, based on your response earlier to software as a service, but in some countries, that's a very important part, and we want to be there to help support organizations that have a desire to move to the cloud and to transform the cloud, and indeed we do that on an ongoing basis. So that's really a whistle-stop tour of some of the practical things that are needed in order to implement a SIM solution successfully within an organization, but then also to continue to get operational value from your SIM investment over a period of time, and to ensure that it stays relevant to your business mission and to the mission of your stakeholders, so that you can confidently describe to them the visibility that you have across the environment, and you can answer questions such as, you know, have we been under attack? Are we impacted by this incident? You know, is this going to be a problem for us? Is this wave of ransomware going to impact us, and how, and so forth? So with all of that in mind, if you do adopt the steps that I've just articulated, if you work with a partner that's as committed to security monitoring as you would want them to be, then, and here's another tenuous link. There's not been too many tenuous links, but this is another tenuous link. It is, in fact, plain sailing. And you can rest assured that you will sail happily into the sunset, knowing that all of your information systems are being monitored effectively, and if there is some type of issue, then you will be, you know, alerted to that issue, and you'll be able to do something about it and contain the attack through automated countermeasures. And so with that, I'd very much like to thank you all. You're stalwarts. You're absolute stalwarts in being here this morning after last night, listening to this presentation and the previous presentation. So I want to thank you all for that. Please do stop by the Logarithm booth. We're just outside. And please do connect with me on LinkedIn, or if there's any form of information, additional information that you're interested in, please either speak to me in person here, or feel free to contact me over email. Here to make as many connections as possible. I love conferences like this to be able to discuss how we can help you, so please don't be shy, come and speak to us, and be delighted to help you on your SIM journey. So thank you all very much. Give yourselves a round of applause.
Very, very nice, Kevin. I counted the C references. So we got navigating the cyber seas, charting a course, safeguarding the digital shores. Finally, you got to plain sailing into the sunset. You could have added, get protected, put out the fenders.
That would have been a good one.
Thank you very much. You may fade into the distance.
Thank you very much.
children fade away while we're living. The dreams we had as children fade away.
So thank you very much to the 6 people who did remain and listen to the band to the end. And I will still announce the fact you now have a 30-minute break, but please be back for the next session at, where are we? It starts at 11 o'clock precisely. Thank you. That went well. Very good. Very nice, gentlemen. Thank you very much. And now it is time for Extra Hop and Tristan Elder.
Rolling up your engine, listen to the howling roar. Metal out the tension, begging you to touch and go. Highway to the danger zone. Right into the danger zone. Highway to the danger zone. Right into the danger zone.
Fly me, there's obviously a reason.
Sorry?
Fly me, it's obviously a reason.
There is a reason, yeah. I'm a slightly failed aviator, which I'll talk
You
about
can't
in my
be failed.
presentation today.
You can't be failed if you're still learning. I mean, come
Still
on.
learning.
You've done a few hours.
I have done a few hours.
In what?
A single-engine airplane, a Piper, and
Right.
I felt like I was going to die the entire time, and I felt sick for most of it. So
Oh, really?
aspiring is the right word, I'd say.
Aspiring not to be sick aviator.
Yes, exactly.
But you'll carry on. You won't be sick eventually.
That's the plan. That's the plan.
I was lucky that somebody gave me an opportunity to do that only a couple of weeks ago. It was fun. And it was the first aeroplane I'd ever flown that wasn't a joystick. I've only flown gliders before. And this was quite different. It was alien to me. It was kind of,
No engine sounds dangerous.
I think we should get on with the job.
Excellent.
And you're going to take flying into the Extra Hot presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. I hope you're enjoying the conference as much as myself and my colleagues from the Extra Hop team. We've had a great time, and I don't want to try and repeat too much of what's been said already. I think there have been a lot of great messages. And what I want to talk to you about a little bit today is the power of the network and the power of observing everything that's going on. Now, the theme and the Top Gun entry, has everyone seen Top Gun? Hands up? Okay, great. I'm not talking to myself. This is the presentation title, quote from Pete Mitchell, aka Maverick, circa 1986. I grew up as a little kid in Malawi for many years, southern Africa, and there was no TV, no radio, and I had one cassette, one VCR tape, and that was Top Gun. So I spent my early years wanting to become the best naval aviator there could possibly be. And that was what drove a lot of my early childhood decisions, and for whatever reason, my expectations, which were to be this guy, have not been quite as expected. I love my job, I enjoy it, I get to travel a lot, I get to go on an aeroplane, but the reality is more like this. So what I would like to do today is to use a bit of the theme around pilots in situations trying to understand their context to make decisions and get the outcome that they want. So Tristan Elder, I'm the Vice President for Partnerships at Extra Hop in the EMEA region. I'm very thankful to be here today in front of all of you. What I want to talk about is the OODA loop. So I'm not sure if this is familiar to many of you. When I was part of the Mandiant team around 10 years ago, this was something that was drilled into us around incident response. There was a gentleman called Colonel John Boyd. He coined this terminology for how you should respond to a critical incident when you're in that situation. The idea here is that in order to get to the final point of acting, you first of all need to be able to observe. What's the situation? What are my risks? How am I positioned? You then need to orient yourself towards that risk, understand your position versus theirs. You then need to decide what to do. Where does the risk lie? How important are the decisions going to be on the outcome? And then, with all of that context, with a decisive response, you need to act. And the key here, and the one common denominator in those that are successful in this OODA loop, is to execute more quickly than the opposition, because they're doing the same thing. So if you can go faster than them, you can infiltrate their decision-making process, you can disrupt things, and you're able to get the outcome that you want. So in order to do that, the first thing you need is absolute visibility as to what's going on in your given environment, be it in the air or be it within the network, trying to understand potential cybersecurity risk. So a little bit about why we're all here. And I don't want to have a scare story, talk about some of the challenging things that are going on in the world, but I did want to set the scene. One of the reasons I enjoy what I do, I'm sure it's similar for you. There are many things you could be doing with your life, but actually the decisions we make, the things we do, protect our customers, they protect our end users, they protect everyone associated with us as supply chain, and there's a big impact to that. And when you look at emerging trends, I understand there was a gentleman who was exceptionally well researched yesterday. I found out about 2 minutes ago that he used exactly the same data, so I'll skip through it quite quickly. But in terms of emerging threats, and you look at what the World Economic Forum has reported, cyber insecurity is critical. 10 years ago, this wasn't on the list. People accept that the world is now digital. The risk is digital. And cybersecurity is something that is only increasing when it comes to boards, it comes to decisions that are being made at work. Back to the analogy of Top Gun, my son, 8 years ago, when we were moving house, found this thing down the back of a cupboard. It was a VCR tape. And he held it up and said, "Dad, what's this?" And I said, "Johnny, this is Top Gun. This is a great film." And he went, "Oh, can I see?" 2 years old, and just started swiping it, just like poking at it like a monkey. So he is digital native, and that's the world he's growing up in, and that's the world we need to be able to protect in the future. So a little bit about local trends and some of the things that we're seeing. ExtraHop has been around for 17 years, so we're not new on the scene. We've had the good fortune to have some great investors. One of our investors is Crosspoint. So Crosspoint, born out of the Blue Coat into Symantec, into Broadcom process. Greg Kark, who set the fund up and is one of our CEO and leaders in the company, gets to sit with our board, and due to the fact that Crosspoint own the RSA conference, gets to look at all the submissions that come in. So every year when the RSA conference is happening across in the US, global leaders come together, governments, large enterprises, people from all aspects of the industry, and they submit what they'd like to talk about. And it's quite a competitive space to get a slot at RSA, to stand in front of thousands of people and get your message across. So last year, from regulators, business, startup, there were 2,700 submissions. And actually what you get to see out of that is the trends that are emerging. So the number 2 trend, number 1 was AI. The number 2 trend that we as a company got to see through our investors was accountability. And this is something we found has really driven the requirement for understanding the network in detail. So what is the accountability for the board? Should there be not a breach, but a security incident? What's the accountability for the security operations team? But importantly, with the likes of some of the legislation you can see coming on the top right there, there is more personal accountability and liability for those in what are already incredibly hard roles, as a CISO, for example. So that piece around what are the expectations of me as an individual, what do I owe back to the business, and how do I make sure that I and my business are protected, and we have the right maturity of security posture to make sure that should the worst happen, we're ready to respond. The next thing that we found that is relevant to the conversation today is topic number 4, the need for speed of response. So the reason this was in here, again, this is a US-based thing, but what we've seen, and I travel across Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. I talk to many customers, many partners, solution providers, and what we see as emerging trends both in the UK, across Europe, in the US, we're all facing similar challenges. The big change over the last year was, should there be what's deemed to be a material breach? If you're a US SEC-based organization, you've got 4 days to submit that breach, submit the details of that breach, explain what's happened. And I think for any of you that have been through that process, you know that that's a very hard thing to do. You're only just working out which way's up. Has compromised data left the organization? Is there some kind of CNC somewhere that still has an external connection? what is the risk to my business and where are we? Standing in front of your board and be able to present that back with confidence is something that is really not that easy to do. So the need for visibility tools, the difference between disclosing that the whole company has been at risk versus some local assets is really important. And we find that these are not just US or European specific trends, these are global in nature. Organizations and individuals are facing the same challenges. So for us at ExtraHop, I think it's all about timing. We have the right tool and it's the right time. And what we're noticing from many organizations, a large bank that is a new customer of ours, the reason that they actually wanted to start the journey with ExtraHop was that they found as they were going through the process of preparing for DORA regulation, should there be an incident, how could they understand how it impacted the network, which assets were at risk, which assets were actually on the network in the first place, where are their critical assets? And these are all things that we can help our customers and our partners with. So back to the OODA loop, a little bit about the first piece, observe. Without the observe piece, none of the rest really matters. If you are making decisions, and we've heard a lot about machine learning, the role of AI in getting the outcome that you want as an end user, you want as a service provider, without the right inputs, then all those decisions and all of that work is for nothing. When I say the right inputs, it's about collecting the right data to the right depth, the right level of detail from the right places and having it in a format that allows you to take action. And that's really where we as an organization have come from as our history. So a little bit about ExtraHop, and I'm going to talk a bit about the platform, a bit about what we do, and then should you want to know more, I'll talk about how we can help you with that later. So the first thing to say is that we've been around for a while. You may not have heard of us. As I said, we've been around for 17 years. One of the things that differentiates ExtraHop is that we didn't start as a network detection and response organization. We started as a network performance and optimization tool. So the history of the organization was a gentleman, Raja Mukherjee. He's our co-founder. Him and his partner were working within the big IP team across F5, and understanding that gathering huge amount of data actually led to a lot of opportunity to develop use cases that were important as it relates to the network. So as a business, we started with collect the right data from the right place in the right format, and then as we start to build new use cases, we hear from our customers, because we're collecting the data, because we're able to provide analytics, we can deliver multiple use cases. So we started with how do we optimize the network? One of our customers for the last 10 years or so is a very large global telco. They were working with Apple. They were launching the new iPhone. Customers were going outside the front door, trying to authenticate or authorize their new device. It was hanging, bad customer experience, huge SLA penalties from Apple. The customers aren't able to get our handsets up and running. So what we did in that case, and bear in mind this is a decade ago, deploy across the network, understand all of the connections, understand where there are performance issues, identify the root cause. In this case, it was actually sitting on the Apple side. It was a server that was not responding, and there was a huge volume backing up behind it. The outcome was that we could go back with this telco, show the issue was not theirs, show it actually sat on the other side, refundable all the SLAs, and actually a happy customer in the end. So that's really where we started from. What's going on in the network, and what can we do about it? As we've been building from that into security, you can see top right, we've had some great feedback. We'll be happy to share all of that with you. But a key part of it is why are we getting great ratings, and why actually are we getting more RFPs, more customer interest, and NDR as a segment is building very fast. Well, the first thing is about what is that full visibility. So again, unless you're collecting the right data, all of the analytics, everything that happens after that doesn't help. The first thing is that over 70% of network traffic is encrypted. Attackers know this, and funnily enough, where do attackers hide? They hide in encrypted traffic. If you can't understand the depth of that encrypted traffic, if you're just looking at headers and you don't get into the detail, it's very easy for attackers to play a long and slow game and get to where they need to be. The next bit is which devices you're actually looking at. So over 37% are effectively unmanaged devices. Thinking about the rise of EDR into XDR, any acronym that you want to add to that's a great tool, but it's not everything. We start where those tools finish because they cannot cover everything. Importantly, exposure to public internet and the risk that brings. And the final thing is actually understanding the protocols that transact on the network. That's absolutely critical, because if you don't understand that and you can't provide that guidance, then it's very hard to make the decisions when it comes to that orient, decide, act, and beat the attacker when there is an incident underway. So, network visibility, for us, everything we do is about network visibility. We're collecting data, and some of the differentiators and the important things around how we've built our platform, around how we've built our business, is 5 things to talk about. The first one is full packet capture. We are making sure that we collect all the relevant packets. We need to make sure that we are getting the data from the right place at the right time, but it allows us to capture full packets across more layers of the network, layers 2 to 7. This is something that is critical when it comes to, again, getting into the depth of what's been happening in a security incident. The next thing is protocol fluency. So we look after, we analyze over 70 protocols. If you're a healthcare provider, we can look at healthcare devices. We can understand specific things to your environment. If you're a banking customer, it's the same thing. Our job is not to just monitor those that are most prevalent, it's to look at every execution on the network, understand how every protocol is operating, is it doing what it should be doing? And when it comes to looking at the entire estate of all of our customers, looking at emerging trends, working with threat intel providers to understand emerging risk, it allows us to have the context to provide guidance if there is something malicious at work. The next one, and this is an important one, we spoke about this a minute ago, strategic decryption. Now, the word strategic is in there for a point. Strategic is, we don't need to decrypt everything. We need to understand what's important to you as a customer, and we need to be able to, in real time, decrypt traffic and allow you to uncover the risks, as we previously discussed. And when it comes to doing that at scale, that's a core thing. Yes, we can take small amounts of data, and yes, we can use analytics to look over it. For us, it's all about the volume of data, and doing that in a way that doesn't degrade the service that you're receiving, that you need to give as a customer. Your role may not be core security. You might be trying to sell FMCG goods. You might be a healthcare provider. You might be an airline. It's all about delivering that end service to your end customers, your core business value. What we can do is collect all the relevant data out of band in real time, no degradation, and importantly, because we're collecting all of this and storing this data, it's the ground source of truth. The network doesn't lie. We have the ability to store this in a situation that arises, should the worst happen and you're at risk of a ransomware attack, there's a significant incident, we're able to go back in time. We can look at the last 90 days. We can look at an execution you had with maybe one of your EDR providers. And what we can do is, if we're deployed before, this is the sort of thing we'd stop. Come and see the demo later and we'll show you this in action. But we're able to identify the lateral movement that took place in order for that execution to happen on the endpoint. We're able to look at living off the land techniques, usage of PowerShell that ordinarily, based on lack of coverage from traditional tools, you wouldn't be able to see these low and slow using legitimate tools in order to deliver some kind of malicious attack. When it comes to where we ExtraHop fit into the picture, we're not the whole story. We are the network observability platform. And importantly, for many of you sitting in the room, I understand you'll have existing spend, you'll have vendors you work with, service providers and partners that deliver some level of service, there are integrations, you have some of your teams trained. We don't want to take away from that. What we want to do is add to what you've already got in place. We've got over 230 integrations with more to come. What that allows us to do is, with our partners, with our own engineering teams, understand what's important to you. What problems are you facing? Which technologies are you reliant on? What's the structure of your security operations team in terms of personnel and technology architecture? We want to augment that and put more context into what you're already doing. If you think about some of the recent reports, Gartner did one called the Gartner SOC Triad, and it was looking at security maturity and what was important for organizations. There were 3 sides to that: EDR, NDR, SOC SIM service provider, and that's really where we fit in. What you can see behind me is a very, very simple illustration of what we do and how we do it. We're collecting data from public, private, hybrid environments, on-premise environments, bringing all of that into one place, into the ExtraHop RevealX platform. We're using our own analytics with our own data science team, working continuously with over 70 patents in this area, just around analyzing the data and delivering the outcome, allowing us to act. Data comes in, and then each of these red areas represents our ability to deliver some use cases back to you. Network performance monitoring, we started with that. That is the core of where we came from. That is the DNA of our company. We're an engineering company. We grew up in the network, and we moved across to security. We didn't build an IDS and try and work out how we then put it in the network. It's all about understanding from here. We then built our network detection and response module, and after doing that, we've moved across to IDS and packet forensics. Those are all critical things to getting to the point when we have to help you, your SOC teams, your service providers, respond to an incident. Now, the great thing about a platform is that we're future-proofing ourselves. Our job is to make sure we continue to collect the right data, we continue to build on the patents we have. Our analytics, all of the machine learning that is homegrown for us, is identifying global trends. It's taking the work away from SOC operators and presenting options back to them. And as we start to find more use cases from customers, as we have more regulation that is requiring compliance use cases, you'll see the next red box and the next red box. And as we grow over the next decade, our goal continues to be the single network observability platform, and you'll see a lot more from us to come. Complete visibility, high fidelity detections, and importantly, streamlined investigations to take out the workload are absolutely critical, and that's a core part of our value. So, back to my slight obsession with Top Gun and the OODA loop. Observe, this is the most critical thing. Our mission is to help organizations reveal that risk. We see everything, we show everything, and by doing that, the network does not lie, the network cannot be evaded. In order to take the next step, we have to orient, we have to point towards the risk. And I hope today you have a bit more of an understanding of ExtraHop and where we've come from and what's important to us. In order to orient towards that risk and for you to take ownership of really making sure that your teams, yourself, are pointed very well towards a challenging situation, you need to understand what your attack surface looks like. You need to understand where your assets are, where your critical assets are, how they're communicating on the network. This allows you to put more stringent controls in place, and the outcome will be the next piece, better decision making when it comes to deciding what to do. And this is a critical piece. When we look at some of the context surrounding a situation, we need to give yourself, your team, your service provider very high confidence that they're making the right decision. When you look at the OODA loop, there are many things that were trained, be it a pilot or you're in a cybersecurity team. One of the key things was emotions are running high. Another key thing is people don't have the context to make decisions. We want to get over that. This is where we give you that absolute confidence. You can stand up in front of your board, your CISO, you can stand up as a SOC operations leader, or if you are delivering a service as a partner, and explain very clearly why you're making decisions, what the outcome will be, what the timelines will be, and how you will report back. The final bit is acting. So we've heard a lot about machine learning, we've heard a lot about AI. I'm not going to go into it too much. That's a core part of how we operate. In order to act, we need to take out a lot of the decision-making and a lot of the entry-level work from already overrun analysts. I'm sure you've heard a lot about skills gap, overwhelmed with alerts. Yeah, that exists everywhere. So what we do is we take that away. We give analysts the ability to easily investigate workflows by creating dashboards that explain the situation, by representing risk in a very easy-to-understand way, and giving them the ability, for example, to use our own AI tool to put natural language queries in to go and uncover very complex situations. So our job is to not only gather the data, but when it comes to act, making it something that is easier for a newer member of the team to do, allowing those level 3 engineers and architects to be able to go and defend and build against the next one. So with that, what I would like to do is offer you the chance, if you have the time, to come and join Eric van der Noort. Eric is one of our engineering leaders. He's been with the company for 5 years. He knows the technology inside out, and he's going to be walking through a bit of a deeper dive as a workshop into a ransomware use case based on everything that I've just talked about. That'll bring it to life. You can ask some questions. We're at the booth just out here on the right. Anything you'd like to discuss, we're here to provide as much value as possible. So please let us know, and thank you for your time. And I'd also like to thank the Real Security team for what has been an excellent event so far, and looking forward to signing up and seeing you here back next year. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
My pleasure.
It was very interesting. I mean, you know,
Oh, I'm glad
learned
one
something.
person liked it.
I learned something. And every time I watch these things, I think, wow, I didn't know that.
Thank you.
It's good. We move on. It is time to welcome to the stage, from Sky High Security, Nino Tolitz.
An old cowboy went riding out on dark and windy day. Upon a ridge he rested as he went along his way.
Welcome.
When all at once a mighty herd of red-eyed cows he saw, flowing through the ragged skies and up the cloudy dawn. Yippee-yi-yi, ghost riders in the sky.
Trying to catch the devil's herd across these endless skies. What do you
That's
make of
correct.
that line?
In the context of what we do, always threat hunting, preventing the next thing, trying to stay on top of the herd, you know, try to control it as
It's a
much
pretty
as
apt piece of
possibly
music
can.
you chose, was my point.
Yeah, that it's pretty apt, I have to say, and yeah, it's a rerun from the last year, but I still think it's relevant.
You obviously love these conferences because you're really very good at it, and you have a message to tell all the time. What is a highlight of such a conference for you? What do you take away from it?
Well, I certainly enjoy hearing from other professionals in the field, you know, seeing where the industry converges, and I think we see it pretty well in this conference about the AI, about the data security, how we handle and tackle those problems in the modern age, and of course, interacting with customers and partners.
Sure.
And trying to build out those networks.
And you do that
strengthen
in a
the
social
partners.
way here, don't you?
Exactly,
It's not
yeah.
such a formal kind of structure, and that's a bigger value as a result.
Absolutely, it strengthens the relationships.
You mentioned AI in all the middle of that, and I just read something which made me smile. I don't know whether it'll make anybody else smile, but I'll say it anyway, that some brilliant photographer put forward a picture. It was a picture of a flamingo on a snow field for the AI photographic competition, and he actually won. Except on Monday this week, he was disqualified because it was just a real picture.
Yeah.
It just shows what people think about AI, that it's actually getting pretty good.
Absolutely.
The floor, sir, is yours.
Thank you very much, Chris. So, I'm going to talk about something you have not heard at this conference before, and that's AI. The picture over there in the corner is not a Borg cube. That would be an intellectual property violation. But yeah, I've been led to believe it kind of looks like Borg is coming to assimilate us, so I believe this is fairly appropriate. So first of all, a little bit of who we are. So we are Sky High Security. Our mission and vision is to secure your data. And this is something that I have seen as a trend on this conference. We've had other people talk about the data being the key and everything that is valuable inside your organization. And we want to help you keep your sensitive data confidential, to detect and prevent the data breaches, and to discover the applications, workflows, and data you might not even be aware of. And of course, last but not least, to comply with regulations. I still lead with who we are in the sense of how we got where we were. So we are also not a new player in the market. We were born out of a divestiture from McAfee into a separate company, Sky High Security, that deals with everything related to the web and the data. We have also been named as a visionary for 2 years in a row in the Gartner's SSE quadrant. We are ranked #1 in the protect data use case, something we are very proud of. And we rank #1 in 4 out of the 10 critical capabilities in that same report. I urge everyone who is at least a bit technical-minded to have a look at the critical capabilities report. The Gartner analysts did a very good job this year. The portfolio that we use to cover all your data security protection needs is the classic SSE portfolio as defined by Gartner. So we have all the 3 pillars, our SWIG, our CASB, and our ZTNA or private access solution. Where we distinguish ourselves is that we offer it as a single unified platform, or the single pane of glass, as people frequently name it. But we live by that, and we want to offer an integrated platform with reusable policies and classifications across all of these 3 pillars. And plus, we have some additional products on the side that also plug into the same platform, like our CNAP, Firewall as a Service, and the Endpoint DLP in collaboration with our colleagues from Trellix. Now, a shocking slide. Generative AI has arrived. I have talked about that last year as well. So I promise this is not a rerun, see, different suit and all of that. So ChatGPT being the premier example that everybody around here is most likely aware of and has been using. I personally have been using it on a day-to-day basis. It had the fastest growing user base ever seen in an application on the internet, reaching 100 monthly active users only 2 months after launch. The benefits that were seen by users, me and myself included, is that you can use it to improve yourself, better yourself, whether that's a customer service or whether you're looking for it to increase some efficiency, automate manual tasks, gain some competitive advantages. It's all there. As an example of a ChatGPT usage by a Python coder, so we see a very, very simple prompt here saying, hey ChatGPT, here's some data. Could you write some code that exports the names of the users whose credit card numbers will expire in 3 months? So as simple as that, ChatGPT wrote the code. Additional use case or an example was a trademark attorney who doesn't work with code. He works with unstructured data, documents, but includes a lot of PII. So this particular trademark attorney had a context of a problem where they needed to have written cease and desist letter or something like that. And they asked ChatGPT, hey, can you create this data for me? And yeah, obviously this presents a data risk. So in both of those examples, we see potential for breach or violation of some regulation. In the ChatGPT example of a Python coder, it's a clear PII data breach. We have exported some credit card infos and personal information of users, and the trademark attorney could be possibly guilty of insider trading or compliance problems. Both of them lead to loss of critical business data and potential loss of intellectual property. The recent headlines, of course, are full with customers being concerned and potential data breaches and risks associated with the ChatGPT usage, some of which you can see right here. The AI services are not just ChatGPT, and we have seen a tremendous growth of AI services. Just from last year, since I was last here, we have had more than 500 AI services come into play. We at Sky High, in our cloud registry, are tracking 1,025 AI services categorized across 18 different subcategories. We have categorized these into high, medium, and low-risk services. So we have 44 high-risk, 933 medium-risk, and 48 low-risk services in there. The question we get asked often is, how do we deal with those services? What do we do with that? And we wanted to have our customers resist the urge to block it all. Because, as mentioned, there are significant improvements and efficiency that you can use and leverage by accepting these generative AI technologies. Additionally, the fast growth that we have seen of these AI services make the traditional URL category blocking difficult. Many of those services on the back end actually use ChatGPT or other customized LLM models. And the prohibition, as always, leads to a rise in the black markets, which push users toward the more risky versions, found on some random forum or wherever somewhere. However, it's not to say that generative AI is without its challenges. So we have three potential challenges here. First is the lack of visibility and control. Second is the possibility to lose your business critical data. And third, of course, is to be non-compliant. Basically, the approach we took to this is to treat it as shadow IT. I'm sure pretty much everyone here is aware of the term. So in our cloud registry with the AI service categories, we think this is the first step in your visibility. So how to gain granular visibility of what services are in use. By leveraging our product, you can identify which employees are using AI applications and which of those applications are being used most, whether it's in volume or in the number of users. You can also gain the insight in the risk levels of these AI applications and then decide on how to act. Basically, we see a little screenshot here that says what is the visibility for AI services after investigating the data for a little while. So we see that we have identified top services by data volume, by risk, and so on and so forth. The next step is maybe to monitor and control your AI app usage. So basically, this would allow you to reduce the attack surface and block risky AI applications. If you remember, I mentioned we have them categorized in several different levels. So you could maybe do an approach, for example, to block all the high-risk applications, to coach the users for medium-risk applications, and to simply allow the normal or the low-risk applications. You can also define acceptable use policies for those tolerated applications. For example, you can block the upload of documents inside, so basically just use it for its generative purposes. Disable the pasting for the clipboard so that you can prevent the ChatGPT example that I had last year of a coder in a very large organization. I can say it was Samsung. It was mentioned already yesterday, which led to loss of some proprietary code from Samsung. Basically, you can also prevent the sharing of ChatGPT conversations. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the capability, but you can simply take the link and send it to anyone else, and they will have the access to the conversation history in that particular conversation. So as mentioned, use the service groups that we have to block and tolerate certain AI services. Whether that's based on risk of the services or users, the choice is naturally yours. The policy engine is very flexible. What next you can do is you can enforce application control and ChatGPT policies. The policies that we have predefined in our cloud proxies allow you to control the usage of ChatGPT very granularly. So as mentioned, you can either block it or you can allow it. If you choose to allow it, you can leverage the full DLP engine of our platform, including all of its advanced capabilities such as enhanced data matching, index data matching, OCR, and all of that. So basically, this will allow you to enable the safe use of ChatGPT, but without the risk of data loss. We can take it even a step further and make it a fairly read-only instance of ChatGPT. You can pipe it through remote browser isolation, which will allow you to control the browser's behavior. So you can prevent the copy-paste from clipboard, you can prevent the printing, you can do all sorts of wonderful things. What is fairly interesting to me is that generative AI is evolving as well, so nobody's standing still in these days. What I noticed recently is that ChatGPT has allowed you to connect your platforms in their connected apps feature. Currently, what I have as a free user, I'm not paying for that, I have the ability to connect my Google Drive, my Microsoft Office 365 OneDrive, either in personal or business flavors. When I saw that, it was a clear red flag for me, so you want to see everything that I have in my tenant, but as you see right here, I have connected it. But it's all for the good purposes of research. So I tried testing it out on a couple of things that I had in that drive. In here, I uploaded a document or made a cloud-to-cloud connection. ChatGPT pulled in a document from my OneDrive, and I asked it, hey, ChatGPT, does this document include an international bank account number? This was basically done as a little test to see whether the content of the file is correctly read. And ChatGPT was very helpful and said, yes, this does include a number, and it has actually pointed it out for me. Very kind of you. However, then I leveraged our platform and uploaded a different file. In a little twist, I have used ChatGPT to generate this file. I said, hey, ChatGPT, in a separate conversation, can you generate me 15 random email addresses? ChatGPT, of course, piece of cake. I protected the emails as sensitive data in our Sky-High security platform. And then I asked ChatGPT, can you read the contents of this PDF file? ChatGPT, I don't know if you can read it properly. This PDF file contains a message indicating that it has been quarantined by Sky-High security. So basically, we have prevented the exfiltration of this data into ChatGPT. This leads us to the final point that I have in the three-step journey of enabling safe generative AI use is to protect the business-critical data. Apply data protection policies to unsanctioned AI applications. You can ensure the regulatory compliance with predefined data type definitions like PCI, PII, all pre-configured in our platform, ready to use out of the box. You can index your most sensitive structured and unstructured document using the EDM and IDM techniques that I mentioned. And you can also analyze all the properties, the tags, the AIPs, the labeling that you already have. And in the end, protect the most confidential data using the custom classifications. A little screenshot showing here how we can do that. So ensure regulatory compliance with predefined GDPR, HIPAA, PCI, and all of that good things using our advanced technologies. If you want more information, of course, on what EDM and IDM exactly stand for and how we can accomplish those advanced use cases, I'm right outside on the booth. The most interesting thing for me is that to achieve this safe usage of generative AI, we have used only these two parts of our portfolio, so the SWIG and the CASB. Licensing options we have are fairly flexible. We can allow for multiple different ways of deployment. To sum up, Sky-High differentiator in the generative AI space and enabling its secure usage is that we currently have the largest database of AI apps and services with over 1,000 AI services in the registry. We can prevent the data from being used by AI for training purposes by disabling the conversation history or controlling the upload of data from connected apps. We can prevent the copy and paste. We can enforce, for example, also character limits onto the script, onto the prompts in ChatGPT. And we offer a comprehensive, unified data loss platform. But as they say in Top Shop and what other late-night TV shows, that's not all. We have also recognized that AI services provide very, very useful things and should be encouraged to use. So we have decided also to leverage AI in SSC. How did we decide to do that? So for now, we have 3 pillars that we are trying to do that with. First is an AI-based DLP assistant. Second is AI-based policy tuning. And the third are AI-based automatic classifiers. The AI-based DLP assistant is an industry-first AI assistant for DLP, which allows you to easily generate complex regexes. As anyone who has ever tried to write a regex knows, it can be very painstaking. What this allows you to do is to pose questions to our own AI in order to get a regex created from natural language, so you can describe it in the everyday language, and the regex will be generated for you. We also have a local support for local regional conversations, so that you can also always come back to the conversation that you had with the AI if you need to modify that regex or if you need to expand it. The AI-based policy tuning is basically applying AI to reduce the number of false positives that you experience. So false positives can be a very, very difficult thing to track, can also lead to overload for your SOC teams, for your incident responders. So we want to allow you to monitor these in a better and a more efficient fashion. And the final part, the auto classification, is basically to leverage AI to try to determine the type of the document that you are currently dealing with. So basically, that allows you to see, okay, this file is a PII file, this file looks like a contract, this file seems to contain some health-related information. A little bit more in detail on each of those. As mentioned, generative AI-enabled regular expression generator. You can see on the left a nice little ChatGPT-like experience. In vein of the previous presenters in this conference, we have also built very strong guardrails into this particular AI so that you cannot use it to generate malicious code. That would be a big failure on our side if we did not do that. The AI and ML-based auto-categorization, so to leverage the internal AI or ML engine to auto-categorize content, to leverage basically the data protection that we are best at. And finally, the AI-based false positive detections, to leverage the AI or ML to learn your user's behavior, to ease the incident management that is currently ongoing. Very, very final thing, I promise, the workshop announcement. My Sky High Security sales engineers colleagues and I run hands-on workshops, so anyone who is technically minded can join us with a session. They will each receive their own tenant with their own policies, their own endpoints, so that you can easily jump into the console and go through the 3-hour guided session based on use cases. You get a tenant for 24 hours, so you can feel free to play around with it. If you break it, that's fine. We will destroy it anyways. We have also introduced 2 new focused workshops. One is for our SWIG hybrid, something that was very much requested by our customers. And the last one is the data protection workshop, which is basically focused on the data protection side, how to leverage EDM, IDM, how to leverage DLP to efficiently protect your data. Thank you very much. That was all from me. For any questions, as mentioned, our booth is right outside. Thank you very much.
You were short. You brought us back early for lunch. Where we are now is at the end of the morning sessions, and it is time that you can disappear off and have some snacks, some food to eat. There are obviously breakout sessions on the first floor, as there has been during the other sessions yesterday. So do take advantage of that. Lots of people out there to help you. What I do have to say to you is thank you very much for listening to me. We've got to the point where after you come back from lunch, you need to be here at 3 o'clock. There is a round table, which should be very insightful because it's being fronted by Europol. And that's the end of it. From my point of view, it's been for me a great year. And I hope you have found quite a lot of good useful from 11 presentations on this stage. Have a great year and make sure that some of this works for you. Thank you very much indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to our panel discussion. Good to see you back. I just checked on the program for the swimming pool on the other side. So currently aqua jogging is going on right now. Everybody who's here decided deliberately not to join aqua jogging, so thank you very much for coming. But this panel is much more interesting. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome back, everyone. Let's start this panel discussion. It's going to be very interesting. We're talking about AI. We start into an electrifying discussion into AI and maybe talk about some of the emerging threats that are even quicker than your latest smartphone update. So I would say, before we start, we did a quick introduction of our speakers that we have here. It's all experts. And I start from left to right. The first panelist that we have on the stage here, I take it with David Letterman. My next guest needs no introduction. That's Alan Salomon, CTO from Risk Security. Next to Alan is Kevin Eli, and he's the Vice President of Sales for Logarithm. Kevin, for nearly 3 decades, he has delivered expert insight into solutions to the IT and software industry, dedicating 15 years especially to cybersecurity and fraud detection. Please give it up. Wow. Next to Kevin is Anthony Moylik. He's from Netrix. Anthony Moylik is not only an experienced leader in the software industry, he's currently serving as a field CISO at Netrix. And he has more than 25 years of experience in IT security. Next to Anthony is Andrew Pashkin, aka Rock'n'Roller. He's head of fraud and financial crime solutions at Group IB. He has a large range of experience and he worked for several years in the industry. Andrew, I'm glad to have you here. And last but not least, on the right side next to me, is Mo Cashman. Mo Cashman is an enterprise architect and was recently appointed as a principal engineer at Trellix. In previous roles, Mo was chief security officer for global public sector.
Very old. Oh, sorry, man.
For the global public sector and led large computer security incident response teams. Mo, I'm glad to have you.
Thank you. Thank you. I gotta update my bio here, Renato.
Okay.
That's okay. We're good.
That's all right. Yeah, let's kick it off and jump into some of the discussions that we have. So this panel will look mainly into the darker side of artificial intelligence, and we look at the emerging fraud landscape. We look at the misuse case of AI. AI has been a buzzword all over. We see some of the cases out there. Some people don't know if it's for good or for bad, but I would like to start with a concrete example. But what I always experience is everybody tells you what AI can do and what AI is capable of until you have seen it. So at first, I would like to start with a short video. I recorded myself, and I will speak in several languages, and I can assure you I speak none of these languages apart from English. And this video also works with lip sync. So let's look at an AI video, please.
Imagine if you can speak different languages fluently and connect with billions more people around the world. Now, you can do it with AI. However, fraudsters can also misuse it. They can try to circumvent ID verification, for example, to open a bank account or to reset passwords. Imaginez si vous pouviez parler différentes langues et vous connecter avec des milliards de personnes dans le monde. Maintenant, vous pouvez le faire avec l'IA. Les fraudeurs peuvent aussi en abuser. Ils peuvent contourner vérification d'identité par X pour ouvrir compte bancaire ou réinitialiser mot de passe. Immagina se potessi parlare fluentemente diverse lingue e connetterti con miliardi di persone in tutto il mondo. Ora puoi farlo com l'IA. Os fraudadores também podem usá-lo. Eles podem tentar contornar a verificação de identidade, por exemplo, para abrir uma conta bancária ou redefinir senhas. सोचिए, अगर आप विभिन्न भाषाओं में बात कर सकते हो और दुनिया भर के अधिकांश लोगों से जुड़ सकते हो। अब आप इसे AI के साथ कर सकते हैं। धोखाधड़ी करने वाले इसे दुरुपयोग कर सकते हैं। वे पहचान प्रमाणीकरण को दौर करने की कोशिश कर सकते हैं, उदाहरण के लिए एक बैंक खाता खोलने या पासवर्ड रीसेट करने के लिए।
So voice alteration, video alteration is possible. This was only a recorded video, and I think it won't take long time until this will happen in real time. And this can also be used to circumvent KYC process. And Andrew, not to put you in the spotlight, but you deal with a lot of misuse cases out there with AI. What misuse cases do we see?
Yeah, so what we see from the fraud protection perspective is that it's not only the circumvention of the KYC solutions and identity verification, but actually it's more robust. So what we see is the phishing kit that also is embedded with AI so that it can interact with the end customer or a victim. So imagine that you go on a fake banking page that looks absolutely the same, you want to make a payment, and basically the AI agent starts to talk with you, asking you for verification details, to confirm your identity, oh, we will send you SMS, OTP, and so on. And all of this happens without any involvement of any person, right? And so it can be not only streamlined, and if previously we saw those cases when there was scam call centers working like 24/7, it was also the part of the, let's say, human trafficking groups and so on. So they basically take the identities of the people out and then make them to having calls, giving calls to your, I don't know, relatives, friends, and so on in order to fraud them. Right now, they even don't need to do so. So they will use AI just to improve their services or like make it more efficient and more lucrative for them. And so this is one of the examples how actually it is being used right now. And it's not only that, right? So just like one example from many. But also, what comes to my mind as well is when we talk about the KYC, so the video when you talk about your bio and like the potential threats in different languages and so on, it also applies to identity verification documents. So I could give or take the picture of you, of your face. I will not do that, so I don't recommend. And basically go to the public web. So it's not a dark web, it's not the forums that are hidden from the eyes of the people. It's actually available in public. It's not advertisement neither. Where can I upload your face? And they would give me on my own choice, basically, different driver's licenses, passport details. I could also use a mask of your face, so like to have a call. So when I was verifying, like in crypto exchange, the guy was having a call to confirm that it's me, but also it was remote, right? So I could just apply the mask and pretend to be Tobias. So yeah, it's just like really, I would say, really terrible, because you never know who is actually talking to you right now, and fraudsters are abusing those tools much faster than we actually can respond to those threats.
Absolutely. Think of the American banks that still operate with call centers. That can be easily spoofed. And the big advantage that we see also from Europol side is usage of AI has two big advantages. Number one, you can scale it up easily. As soon as you develop a methodology that works fine, then you can boost it and scale it up. And number two, it doesn't come up with any large costs. So you can have a lot of testing before you implement it. Anthony, maybe I put the spotlight on you. Is there actually a lot of companies that use ChatGPT, OpenAI? Do they have it integrated?
Yeah, we see a lot of projects starting now around POC in Copilot, which is the more we think about of Gen AI implementation for some projects. So Copilot is very nice, and a lot of companies, they want to actually take advantage of Gen AI or AI to understand better what their projects are, to gather more information about their data and things like that. But the general concern is about security. Because the thing is, and it's actually very important to actually understand that, is that this AI will actually scan everything, all the information you have within all your data storage. And the issue is that if I'm not authorized to have information about my financial department or whatever, if you don't set the security correctly for the AI to answer your question, then you will have maybe, very confidential information being displayed, or maybe the AI will actually do things or maybe gather information which you are not supposed to know about the company. So I would say that, yeah, we do see a lot of projects, very interesting projects, and understanding better the organization and maybe the IP information you can have everywhere. But we have a very general feedback about the concern about security. So it's coming back to what Ramses was telling yesterday. It's all about who has access to what. And in this example, who is the AI? So you need to be very careful about that, because it can disclose maybe too much information, too many information. So coming back to your point, yes, we have a lot of POCs, we see a lot of POCs, but we also need to understand that you need to have a proper data security management in place in order to implement correctly AI. Coming back to this point, I think I see a lot of POCs being stopped due to that, because they are scared about all the information which could be disclosed without their consent, right? That's important to understand that. So it comes to data security, it comes to permissioning, and to set the right permission for the right person. And even Microsoft is now putting some barriers around Copilot, because, for example, now I think it was last week, there is an option where you can actually say to Copilot, oh, don't go there, ever, okay? It's protected, don't go there, don't scan anything, right? So, there is a general concern about that, yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. Kev, you're an expert on SOCs, so how do you think SOCs can benefit from AI?
One of the challenges that a lot of organizations face is the skills shortage and being able to attract, recruit, upskill and retain talent that can gain experience in how to combat adversaries and threat actors. And that is a huge problem for most of the organizations that I engage with across.
Yeah. I think we need to switch his microphone up, because your voice is very quiet. By the way, I use this. If there's any questions from the audience, please feel free to ask them. Stand up, give a signal, a hand sign or anything, and then we pose this question to our panelists.
Can you hear me now? No.
AI hacked you, so
Yeah.
not to talk about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Is it working now?
Hello?
Nah.
No.
No.
Okay.
Old school.
Old school, yeah.
You probably have to repeat what you just mentioned.
And now the end is near. Is it working now?
I think you're hired with risk security.
Maybe I should have done that last night. Or maybe not. Yeah, so I'll repeat what I was just saying, actually. So one of the main challenges that I see time and time again for organizations, bless you, for organizations across the entirety of Europe is that there is a skills shortage of getting, attracting, recruiting, upskilling and retaining talent into organizations. There's a significant problem for a lot of organizations. And so one of the advantages that I believe AI can bring to organizations is to accelerate the development of individuals into this profession, to equip them with additional capabilities that help them understand the context of what's actually happening within the organization. AI can also eliminate some of the noise that often happens in organizations, a lot of signals and so forth, and can scan through vast amounts of data to really pinpoint those incidents, those events that are actually, serious and worthy of, of subsequent investigation. I also think that AI can improve the security analyst experience because some activities that are perhaps mundane or foundational level activities, they can be undertaken by an AI agent that can effectively help accelerate the work that the analysts are doing and help them improve. And the last thing I'd say is, potentially writing reports. Again, there's a lot in security operations centers, there's a lot of data that's flying around, a lot of information, management reporting. So that aspect of being able to take the data, understand what the signals are saying, present it and package it into a format that can then be presented to executive committees, that's something that AI can definitely help as well.
Thanks, sir.
No problem.
Thanks, Kev. Alan, what kind of threats do you see? I will put the spotlight a bit on Mo because I also want to talk about the opportunities in AI. But what do you see in terms of threats?
The thing is that right now we have completely forgotten about the most successful attack vector AI ever had. It's called deepfakes. And as a producer of hardware crypto wallet and crypto stuff, it's so successful that FBI released a number for last year. The damages were $4 billion. $4 billion. That's 4,000 millions. That's a lot of money. So deepfakes were primarily used in porn industry, I think, before. And now there's this another thing that's called deepfakes for KYC. But the trouble is that with crypto, for example, people are so not confident what they're doing that a video of Kim Kardashian saying, yeah, this is my coin or whatever, is perfectly enough. And people will just follow through, they will buy, they will get rugged, and money's gone. But the thing is that that's not it, because as you saw on Europol presentation, crypto is used for ransomware payments. So there's a lot of crypto that flows around, and the thing is that even if you can be tricked to pay ransom to a scammer. So you are double scammed. It happened before, we have seen it. So AI for sure is heavily going in the direction of either content creation, which can be basically text. ChatGPT speaks Slovenian. So if before in phishing attacks and things like that, we were really comfortable in Slovenia because it was written in bad Slovenian. So everybody was like, oh, what's that? That's a bad translation. That's not proper. Something is wrong. But right now, you can give a rough text to ChatGPT and, well, get it back in perfect Slovenian. So if somebody is convincing you with text, and then you say, I'm still not convinced, can we do a Zoom call? And you get him speaking Slovenian, proper Slovenian, you're gonna say, yeah, that's real. So combining that fact with not understanding the field of either cybersecurity or crypto is a deadly mixed combination. But the one question I really wonder is rhetorical. Do we use AI to battle AI? Do we use AI to detect AI? How does that work? So do we use AI to detect AI that detects AI on AI? I don't know. How do we do it? where will we go?
That's a good question.
I believe, sorry to interrupt though, I believe that the OpenAI basically released the tool to detect whether the text was written by their own AI, right? So yeah, soon it will be basically the combating different
Between
machines.
the AIs.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And so the same will go to the cybersecurity and protection of the infrastructure, blue and red teams, right? I believe that most of the mundane things like operations from the security perspective also will be handled by some sort of AI agent, and the hackers will be trying to use like AI agent to combat that. So we could just sit there, eat popcorn, and just enjoy it. Probably, we'll see.
Perfect. Alan, if you don't mind me asking you, I know that some Russian scammers were trying to call you, and they were using AI, I believe. Do you want to share that story with the audience?
Yeah, actually it was in the news in Slovenia. There's a huge amount of calls from Slovenian mobile number. You get a call, and the guy claims in Slovenian with Russian accent, but Slovenian. They claim you have an account with them, like you have 6,000 euros on. And we were reading that in the news, and suddenly my colleague, Uroš, comes to me and said, I have this camera online. They just called me. I was like, give me the phone, I'll talk with them. So they were like, welcome, dobrodošli, vi imate račun pri nas. I'm speaking Slovenian now. But with heavy Russian, maybe it was Ukrainian, I don't know, I don't separate the two dialects. For us, everything sounds the same, as all the Slavic languages sound the same for you guys. So I was, yes, I think so. I have account with you. And well, we just continued the play, and everybody in the office was listening. Renato was even recording, but he said, no, I cannot publish that. And the thing is that I just played through as a victim, what they wanted. I want to see what they wanted. I'm sure that they had some kind of translation, real-time translation, because it was sounding a little bit weird. But the thing was that they tried to convince me that I forgot my login and password to an account on their site where I have 6,000 euros, right? So I was, yeah, I think so. I forgot it. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, just a minute. I will pass you through to my colleague and he will help you regain the access. So I was actually on hold. So they really simulate everything. So I'm on hold. And they say, okay, please install this application for me. I think it's called
Admin.
Yeah, no, it's Slovenian company that does remote desktop access. Yeah, that's the one. And they said to me, please install that on the phone. So I was playing dumb, and I said, yeah, it's saying something in Slovenian. And no, click install. Okay. After a couple of minutes, I installed application. So he told me, yeah, you are now being asked for a number, and then he said, like, type in 456. I said 1, 2, 4. No, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 4. He really get agitated, like, what you're doing, follow me. They get really agitated. It's funny to do that. Do that if they call you. But they want to get you to install a remote desktop, remote access application on your phone. And then in the middle, I asked them, I said, you think it's gonna be a problem? I only have an account on bank in Monaco because, you know, I have a lot of money. I'm a huge construction business owner, and it's not European Union, so they get really, really excited. Oh, yeah, no problem. Yeah, we'll help you out, no problem whatsoever. So after 10 minutes, I had enough of them, and I told them, I cannot talk about those words. So it was, you scam, you die. Pressed hang up, and they called back. Really, they called back from another Slovenian mobile number. They pretended they were you. They said, I work for police, you are being investigated. They tried to convince me that actually I should not act on reporting that call or something, that they're calling from police in Maribor, even they said, I think, again in Russian accent, in not so good Slovenian. And this is not the only time a person in our office got called on a private mobile number. So I'm sure somebody of you guys already got a call. So this is happening. here in Slovenia, they try. If somebody calls you to give you 6,000 euros you don't know about, it's
Take him.
not true.
Certainly it is. Certainly it is.
Exactly.
Let's also talk about a little bit about the opportunities and the emerging threats that we see. I know Trellix is very strong. They also recently released a report. They do a lot about ransomware. Mo, give us your insights.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I love what, I think I might be off as well, but I can talk really loud.
It's working. It's working now, yeah.
There we go. I really like what some of the, actually I'm very scared. I thought I was already scared. No, I'm really scared. You can throw my phone away, Marta, please. I'm not talking to anybody anymore. It is getting frightening. I liked it from the opportunity side. I love what Kev said, and I'd like to just add one piece to that part, if I might. And I think it's, if you think about automation in security operations, maybe go back a couple years. Oh, I need a SOAR tool. I need a special tool to do automation, right? And I think that's on the downside. That's definitely sort of a, I won't say it's done because there's still a market there, there's still technology, good. But I think it's not the right answer if you're thinking about how do you use automation in your SOC. And AI's capabilities to get through those alerts, which can be important, right? A lot of people just look at all the alerts that come off endpoint network and they use some automation like a SOAR to sort of get I want to pick the alerts that I know about and I want to put it into a playbook and then I go run through that playbook. But what's happening now where we build in AI into things like XDR, it now becomes more of a SOC platform and you think about more like pervasive automation capability. And I always think that's a great gap filler, for you guys who are operating security, because one of those alerts could be very important. Right? A lot of times there are a lot of breadcrumbs out there that you miss because you didn't build a playbook and script it in your SOAR tool, or you didn't write a report to see that. So I think the opportunity is there to save some money. In addition to what Kevin said, to save money on additional tooling, to reduce potential for a breach. So there's definitely a money saver there. And that's really important. It's kind of groundbreaking if you're ever working in security operations and you know a lot of the mundane tasks that you have to do, especially like the obfuscation of script or reverse analysis. That's not really mundane, but it's a tough task, right? And you can improve that a lot. I think on the threat perspective, to Tobias's question, ransomware just continues to be, again, pervasive. And there was a nice operation, Kronos, right? Operation Kronos, where a lot of law enforcement as well as security industry came together to take down Lockbit and actually somebody was asking me yesterday, are there people behind this? And it seems like it's all AI, but there's actually persons and people behind these phone calls, right? And behind these gangs. I remember when I was in the military and we would go into this SCIF, secure compartmented facility, right? And we would go in there to see the faces of APT actors from China and Russia that was actually collected from intelligence operations. And then you think about it, you're working over here, and then you go see the face of the guy, and he's got a girlfriend, and he's got a car, and he's got money problems, and he's a real life person. And that's how you connect things together. And ransomware is a very similar thing. There's people making money behind that. The techniques we see, I'll say just hit a couple key techniques because they're very important for you. One is EDR bypass. So EDR, almost everybody here. Anybody here not have EDR on their endpoint? Okay, good. Because I was speaking to a customer this morning, getting scared because it's a financial institution, a big one, and like, oh yeah, we're just looking at that EDR thing. And I'm like, oh my God, he's just looking at it now. So opportunity, but nonetheless a little bit frightening. But almost everybody has that. So just like Mac, a lot of people have Mac. Years and years ago, that wasn't a target. So EDR bypass, Mac OS increase, all the platforms that you're using now are victimized. And there's, again, ransomware is really a triple threat. It doesn't start with encryption. It's not always about money. It can be about destruction. Right? There's a lot of things there that we can worry about, critical infrastructure in particular. The top industry being targeted is the transportation sector. So that's from our data, from our sensor collections. So that's also, why is that happening? Because that's a weak underbelly. So there's a political connection, there is a not just a crime connection to these things, right? And it's not just for, APT actors and ransomware groups sometimes they can hide behind one another. Right?
Absolutely, absolutely. When critical infrastructure is being targeted, then it certainly gets serious. I want to share with you something. I saw on X, on Twitter, 2 days ago, a post from Elon Musk. And he wrote on Twitter, publicly, on X, he wrote publicly, if Apple iPhones integrate OpenAI, he won't let any of his staff members with an iPhone in the building. What do you think about that? Is that a security risk? I mean,
of course. Yeah, of course. Apple will try to do its best to actually limit the knowledge of your data. But I don't know if you've seen that, but it's called Apple Intelligence AI. And they're saying that most of the requests will be done locally on your smartphone, if you have a iPhone 15 Pro, whatever. But if it's not the case, if it's too complex, and who will decide if your request is too complex and cannot be managed locally, they will actually use a private cloud to send the information and have the answer back. But you never know what will be done. You have no information about that. Of course, it's happened, so they would be careful about it. But still, at the end, it's OpenAI. At the end, all they want is your information, to be more, precise in their answers and to understand more the world or whatever. And I think it was yesterday, they just announced that Apple Intelligence is actually coming for free. So they don't charge Apple at all.
Yeah.
And again, if it's free, right, so, we can be a little bit concerned. We need more information on how they will do it, to be honest.
Okay.
Do we think that's the right approach, though? I mean, to ban it, to use? I mean, that's kind of draconian, I think, right?
Put it from this perspective. He used to be very much involved in OpenAI, so he knows also about the risks and the threats that are out there and what the tool can actually do. Maybe some things that we are not aware about. So if he makes that statement, that is very strong, I would say, and that should be also taken serious. Maybe another question. Do you want to add something?
Just
Andrew?
speaking to the point about the Apple Intelligence and so on, what I think is actually there was a case when, at the same time, when there was a VVDC conference basically about the promotion of all their products and so on, just at the same time on YouTube there was a live stream of Tim Cook face telling what their customers, so as they are enrolling basically crypto features into the iPhones right now. And Tim Cook was telling viewers how to deposit money in crypto and send them to the Apple address as well. And so what I think is that even though the AI is a really scary thing sometimes, I believe that what's most scary is that the people that don't have this exposure to those type of the technologies or don't understand how it works, that's the main problem, let's say, that we need to solve, because it all comes to the point, your story when you saw Slovenian that was badly written and so on. But it's also a filter for fraudsters. So if you detected that there's poorly written and you will not buy that, right? So you will not proceed. So when on the next step they will try to scam you, you would not go. You are not their target, basically. And you are working like in IT, in cybersecurity and so on, so you know this stuff. But what if this would be the person who doesn't know about deepfakes, doesn't know anything about AI, ChatGPT and so on, and somebody is calling them and telling, hey bro, you have $6,000 there, so just like install remote access tool on your device, I will show you everything, right? Yeah, and it's just really menace, let's say, from this perspective. So
I do think it's incumbent upon all of us as an industry, and everybody in this room as well, by the way, to be raising the level of awareness and to be educating and to be utilizing the appropriate channels and the media to warn people about this type of activity that's taking place. I think there's perhaps more and more awareness than there was maybe 5 years ago, 10 years ago, but it's still not enough. And the other side to what you describe, I think the presence of AI lowers the barrier to entry for people to come into this area of cybercrime and actually start committing offences and so forth. And I think that, I think it was the UK NCSC that issued a report recently where they were asserting that because of the prevalence now of AI, they expect the frequency of cyber attacks to continue to accelerate and to increase. So, you know, that type of outlet, that type of guidance being issued to businesses and organizations, but also to the population at large. I think it's really important that we spread that word and spread that message.
Absolutely. On top of that, I also think Apple is just a start. In the future, you might not even have a choice because Samsung integrates it or another solution, Huawei integrates it, and so on. So, yeah, what choice do you have left as a consumer? Andrew, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, it just was mostly about providing the awareness to the people and so on. Of course, yes, that's I believe the only way how to basically decrease the chances that who could get scammed from the deepfakes and so on. But also for the companies that actually provide their services to the end customers, I believe it's also the matter of basically making some decisions on their own and taking the responsibility for their end users. Because if they know that their platform is being abused by fraudsters and their end customers get scammed, for example, then there should be specific methodology, technology, basically how to help identify those type of attacks and probably decrease the number and the chance that they actually eventually get the money from the end clients and so on.
Absolutely.
One thing I just recently did on this point here, I had a couple of our engineering team to speak to our solutions engineers within the company to talk about what does an AI system look like from an architecture point of view? What are all the connections that are happening, the services being used? And it was eye-opening, right? Because we're getting questions, I'm sure many others in the security industry, and you're probably going to be wanting answers back from us about how secure, you're talking about the promise of AI using in your tools, how secure are you, right? And we have a lot of people don't know what the architecture looks like, and that's just, you know, in our company, how it looks, it was kind of complex, right? And there's a lot of places, and you think about the OWASP top 10 vulnerability or top 10 ways to exploit an AI system, and where do you need to apply those controls or make sure those controls are in place in your system? And every business has to be doing that because you now have just increased your supply chain exposure a little bit more when you have your own custom built applications that are using all these different services. So we're part of the supply chain. We have to be secure. You're building custom applications that are using various services. Do you know where the vulnerabilities really lie, right, in that? Whether it's the front end, the back end, there's all these different services that are being used. There's different types of vulnerabilities to be looked at.
Okay,
I
thanks.
think there's another interesting point that just happened a couple of days ago on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, Adobe. So you said, do we have a choice? Adobe said, no, you don't have a choice. You're going to use Adobe tools. You agree to send everything to them for purpose of training AI, detecting malicious content, stuff like that. So people immediately said, wait, I'm doing a picture for presentation, internal presentation for Europol, which is under strict NDA, whatever, in whatever Adobe tool, or maybe for Trellix, or maybe for IB Group. But I have to create the content to use it in the presentation. You don't have the choice anymore. Well, you can go to GIMP, but certainly not use Adobe anymore. We are already there. And on the first thought, you will not even think about it, from just whatever. But you might just train AI with the picture you created about something you want to prevent or something you want to sell. So if your competitor will ask AI, generate a picture for this project, this might somehow come true. So this is already happening. It's already there. You just don't know it, or you didn't read it, or terms and conditions are too long and stuff like that. So yeah, it's there. You don't have a choice anymore.
Okay. We're almost coming to the end of the panel. because I also know that some needs to catch a taxi to the airport. But let's do a quick one. Which industry sectors do you think will benefit the most from AI? Yeah.
Yeah, I guess industries that actually operate with the end customers and clients directly. So because, yeah, instead of the call center where a lot of people sitting there, spending their hours, basically talking with the people and getting the pretty basic requests just for the end customer that he feels appreciated and basically supported, let's say. I believe that the AI agents, like based on LLMs, can actually help. So we can apply those technologies or those ways how the fraudsters use that, interacting with the end customer to the legitimate and important, let's say, spheres and industries. And also AI, because it's an umbrella term, it also means, artificial intelligence, machine learning, algorithms, basically models that you build around that, right? So it's not only LLMs or agents that will talk with you, but actually solve some problems like in anti-fraud companies and so on. So yeah, I believe financial and anything that works with the end customer as well.
I think it'll be interesting as well to see the extent to which government starts to utilize AI to improve the lives of citizens and to make perhaps e-government more efficient, more effective as well. Again, very similar to those that are dealing with end customers, dealing with citizens.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there any questions from the audience before we round up the panel? Okay.
I think everyone wants the barbecue.
Yeah, I have the feeling too. I have the feeling too. I also heard the word beer somewhere. Okay. Then let me say thank you to our panelists.
Thank you.
It was very insightful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Good deal.
Lovely.
Thanks to our host here.
Yes. And safe travels, sir. Safe travels. Yeah.
That could be something, wouldn't it? Can you imagine that? Thank you very much. Lovely to see you.